from the foothills of the Sierra Nevada. A new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville. Every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home, so when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
Nevada County Board of Supervisors, I'll call this meeting to order, and I've asked David Garcia to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And Madam Clerk, are there any corrections, deletions, changes to the agenda?
Chair, there are no corrections or deletions.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to open up the consent calendar. These items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. The Board of Supervisors will act upon them at one time without discussion. Any board member may request an item be removed from the consent calendar for discussion. Members of the public wishing to ask questions or hear discussion on items listed under the consent agenda may now raise their concerns to the board members. The supervisors will take these concerns under consideration, decide if there is adequate reason to remove the items from the consent calendar. I'm just going to confirm, but I believe this is items 1 through 18. Let's see. Yeah, 1 through 18. Is there anybody in the board chambers that's requesting to remove an item from the consent calendar? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Are there any board members that request to remove something from consent? No, looks like none. With that, I would entertain a motion to accept items 1 through 18 on the consent.
So moved.
Second.
A motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. That's the consent calendar. We're going to open up general public comment. These are for items not appearing on the consent calendar. It could be of your choice. It's up to 3 minutes. Members of the public shall be allowed to address the Board of Supervisors on items not appearing on today's agenda that are of interest to the public and are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. Speakers are encouraged but not required to give their name and district of residence. Please direct your comments to the board, not the audience or staff. No individual may speak more than once during public comment. Please note that each speaker will be given 3 minutes, at which point your microphone will automatically be turned off. Therefore, please keep your comments clear and concise. In the interest of civil discourse, it is my responsibility to ensure public comments are conducted in such a manner that avoids disruptive activity, promotes mutual respect, keeps comments focused on issues, and avoids personal attack. Time limits may be modified at my discretion. You may provide comments by speaking directly to the board from inside this chamber or by calling 530-270-3474 to comment live over the phone. If you want to make comment over the phone, please call in at the beginning of the item so that you don't miss the opportunity. That's for scheduled items. So with that, please give us your name and your district of residence if you could, and we'll get you going.
My name is Shirley Osgood. Sounds so loud. Is it real loud? District 3. Is it too loud?
It seems okay. Yeah, maybe we can turn it down a little bit, Krista. Thanks.
I don't know if it's just me. Okay. I've come again today for the third or fourth time to ask for a ceasefire resolution from the county. I'm going to just talk about a few people that you probably are already familiar with, I hope. The first one is Rachel Corey. She died at the age of 23 in 2003 trying to protect a Palestinian's home from being bulldozed by an Israeli bulldozer. Her parents became activists and have been working on pro-Palestinian issues since that time. so over 21 years. The next person I want to mention is Muhammad Bahar. If you haven't heard of him, you should look up the whole story. He was 24 years old, a young man with autism and Down syndrome. His family was forced to leave their home. He was in a room by himself, and he was mauled to death by Israeli military dogs. When his brother was able to return to the home days later, he found him infected with maggots, dead in the room still. That was in July, this past July. I'm pretty sure you've heard of this 6-year-old kindergarten graduate who was killed by an Israeli tank. She was the last one to die in the car trying to escape, and she watched all the other members of her family die. 6 other members of her family. She was on a cell phone with rescue when the 2 paramedics who were coming to rescue her were also killed. And I just want to mention this. I'm sure you've heard of it, WCNSF. Do you know what it stands for? Wounded Child, No Surviving Family. This is what they are tagging on the young children who survive and who are the only ones left in their family to survive. So I'm asking for a ceasefire resolution. I know many of you, or some of you may think that it's not our business because we're a local government. And I'm here to say it's everybody's business. This has gone way too far. And anyone who has any clue what's going on has to say.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello, my name is Ann Johnson. I live in Grass Valley, not too far from the fairgrounds. So who's my supervisor? You're my supervisor, Susan? Yeah, I live not too far from the fairgrounds. So anyway, I am a resident and I live in Nevada County. And I'd like to support what Shirley has just spoken to you about, that the issue in Gaza is really breaking my heart. Just this morning I heard a report that another area that had been designated as a safe zone was bombed. I didn't hear numbers of people, but I'm sure there were many deaths. They did comment that they had spent all night pulling bodies out of the rubble. And this just seems like we're hearing this on a daily basis, these kinds of horrific things. And I'm not condoning what Hamas did. I'm not condoning the captive hostages. That needs to be resolved. I do think that the only way it can be resolved is if there's a ceasefire. So I am in support of Nevada County being able to find the courage and the forthright to make a statement to a resolution and a ceasefire. And I'd like to read what the residents of Nevada County have come up with as a possible ceasefire resolution that the county could support. An immediate and sustained ceasefire in Palestine. Many people all over the world are asking for that. All over the world, people are asking for that. An unhindered passage of all humanitarian aid into Gaza, because in addition to the 41,000 that are confirmed dead, there are people dying of starvation. There are people dying of, have not been uncovered under the rubble. Number 3 is an end of U.S. military aid, U.S. military aid, humanitarian aid, of course, but U.S. military aid to Israel, I don't want to be a part of my tax money going to these bombs that are killing people in Gaza. My time is up, so I appreciate your willingness to hear me.
Thanks, Ann.
Good morning. My name is Ed Keegan. I live in Penn Valley. I am the Firewise chairperson for Lake Wildwood, and I'm here today as a representative of the Lake Wildwood Firewise community, speaking on behalf of Lake Wildwood. I'd appreciate a little grace time in this presentation if possible. In February of 2024, the Nevada County Office of Emergency Services published the Nevada County Evacuation Study. Highlights of this study identify that Pleasant Valley Road is the primary evacuation route not only for the 5,000 residents of Lake Wildwood, but also approximately 4,000 more residents in the surrounding hills. Though the county does not identify evacuation routes, Pleasant Valley Road is clearly one of the county's significant evac routes. The report goes on to emphasize the need for the clearances of fuels along the roadside in this area. I remind you of all this because starting in June of this year, the general manager of Lake Wildwood, our public works director, and I all became concerned because no weed abatement along this county road on county land had occurred as of yet. And we started reaching out to Nevada County staff and our supervisor. The dry gases were over 3 feet tall in areas, extending from the roadside to the fences of our community backyards, and well within the 100 feet of defensible space that we are entitled to under County Public Resource Ordinance 4291. The responses to our request for action on clearing county roadside went from the absurd to the indifferent. From it's too hot to my favorite from Public Works Representative Patrick Perkins that we only clear that road every 5 years, and we just did it 2 years ago, to an I'll get back to you that never happened. When I emphasized the dangerous condition on this road, on this primary evacuation road to Mr. Perkins, his response was emphatic. It's not going to happen, period. And after that, he told me I needed to get an encroachment permit if I chose to do it myself. Starting in July, seeing the danger outside of our gates, our Lake Wildwood GM directed staff and retained outside contractors at our expense to clear the county roads adjacent to our property and to provide the defensible space to our community that we are entitled to by 4291. This work was completed only along our property, not the entire road, and not a minute too soon. Last week, there was a car fire in those now abated weeds right near our fire station that would have been much different had Lake Wildwood not proactively addressed this problem. We have endured an arsonist coming down Mooney Flat Road, starting 5 fires, heading towards Lake Wildwood, and numerous smaller fires in this area as well. My point here today is this. 1, Nevada County is responsible for clearing its roadside of obvious and serious dangerous conditions by code and must take this responsibility seriously, providing their portion of the defensible space required. 100.
Ed, just hold on, just excuse me 1 sec. Madam Clerk, and you're representing the Lake Wildwood Homeowners Association as a group, is that correct? Okay, could you add 2 minutes to the clock, please? You get another 2 minutes we're adding for you.
Thank you, sir. So my point is that dry grasses return every year. To tell me there's no funds to deal with this and to not get the job done is inexcusable. You need to plan for it. Number 2, Nevada County should start identifying the evacuation routes and prioritizing designated primary evacuation routes so they're elevated in the scheduling of work and in the addressing of issues associated with them in items that come before your planning commission. My third point, you should reach out to Lake Wildwood and write them a check. Their work saved a possible evacuation that would have cost far more than the prevention work that we did just before this local fire just happened last week. And lastly, I'm not a particular fan of your road commissioner or nominee today. I found him to be very dismissive of our needs and our concerns and did not follow through. Just a couple of other points, okay, that the OES report is very clear, as our insurance commissioner, our insurance agents have been clear, that Lake Wildwood has done just virtually everything they can do inside and continues to do so. We have our problems. We have 34 miles of road that we are responsible for taking care of inside of our community. However, the real risk to our community doesn't come from within Lake Wildwood. It comes from our neighbors. And y'all represent one of our biggest neighbors along that road. I would ask that you take this recommendation seriously and that you ask questions of your proposed road commissioner and perhaps change the approach we have to our evacuation routes in this community, and I would appreciate your consideration. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your comments, Ed. Madam Clerk, are there any callers on the line?
Chair, we have one caller waiting.
Okay, let's bring them in.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Matthew Coulter, Nevada County, running for Grass Valley City Council. Can the board hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Matt. Go ahead.
Okay, you never know. It's just a blank situation.
We got it.
I'd like to mention the fact that we've got some serious issues going on with a lot of people that are coming into town that are new here, that need housing. They're starting fires, as what happened over behind Lumberjacks. Now there's been a second fire there. There's been fires all the way up the hill there, all the way to Banner, including underneath the Banner Bridge last year. And it just seems like there would be more involvement by our elected officials with this ongoing problem. I was out this morning taking pictures. The amount of air pollution coming off the PG&E subcontractor site on Whispering Pines is outrageous, covering the entire Brunswick Basin, and the fact that Grass Valley is in a valley. That pollution will stay here all day long. We'll have numerous difficulty breathing calls for the emergency responders to respond to. We will run out of ambulances today, and those folks will have to wait a period of time for ambulances. The amount of drug addicts that the emergency responders are responding to only find out they're just taking a dirt nap and they're fine is outrageous. It's costing the citizens a lot of money to continually go to Old Tunnel Road and move people along or check to make sure if they're alive and breathing. I think maybe some kind of an interim agency that could go around or fly a drone around to check on people instead of sending out an ambulance, a fire truck, and police to every single person that's laying in the dirt taking a nap because they're drunk or high and trespassing at that point, as well as the homeless camps that are springing up and that are allowed to continue on Idaho-Maryland Road, on Dorsey Marketplace.
Looks like we may have lost you on your cell connection, Matt. Thanks for calling in today. Go ahead to Scott. Welcome.
Chair Bullock and Supervisors, thanks for your time today. Scott Beasley, District 4 resident, District 3 business owner, District 1 landowner, and District 5 tourist. Here today as official agency liaison to CalDART, the California Disaster Airlift Response Team. Been over a year since I brought this organization to the attention of the supervisors and staff, and just wanted to, again, bring attention back to this organization, which consists of private pilots using their own planes, spending their own fuel and their own time to support the needs of the county when overland travel is not possible. We've got a little more than half a dozen local pilots, but also access to the broader statewide network, as well as some pilots in Oregon that have linked up with us. I want to emphasize the ease of use with this org. Yes, we can support the big one. Again, this group was born out of the Loma Prieta earthquake when bridges were down, freeways were closed. But I recently heard of a story from HHS here locally where we needed to transport medicine that had a very specific chain of custody that had to be handed nurse to nurse or doctor to doctor. And it was down in the Bay Area. This is a perfect mission for our organization, to be able to pick up someone from our local hospital, fly them down to the Bay Area, pick up that item, and bring it back. So we can't transport someone to maybe their weekly dialysis, but during the next snowpocalypse when someone can't drive to Davis or down to the Bay, we'd be more than happy to do that work. So again, no declared disaster declaration from the governor is required. We don't even need local OES involvement, though we would, of course, keep them in the loop of our activities. I'm reaching out to you because many of you have strong connections to the nonprofit community, and many organizations could lean on us for various things throughout the year. Second reason I'm here is to say thanks and introduce my replacement. This is my last meeting. Behind me is Eric Ayers, who does have experience in aviation and retired fire, and he's going to introduce himself today. And then just to thank everyone. This does wrap up over a decade of my time working in disaster preparedness, mitigation, and response. As someone whose formal education is economics and policy, I would have never imagined my volunteer path would have led me where it has. I will take those lessons and those experiences with me for the rest of my life. The challenge coin that you presented me, Supervisor Hall, is sitting proudly on a bookcase at my office, right next to one from the National Guard, which the National Guard one has question marks on the outside of their challenge coin that represents all the missions that are still to be completed. And my request here is just to never forget that there is still a ton of work to be done. And with that, I'm going to hand it off to the guy who's going to do the work for me as I depart. Thanks so much for your time.
Scott, thanks for all your service. I think you coined the term serial volunteer, but you really represent community service at that level, so thank you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Eric Ayers, and District 1, Heidi Hall is my supervisor. I'm here just to introduce myself. Some of you guys have met me before in the past. Did 34 years in the fire service, and you guys presented me with a really nice award at the end of my career, so I really appreciate that. I was kind of recruited to be the liaison to the Board of Supervisors here, but more importantly, I want everyone to understand that I'm a liaison to you guys in my new position, but I'm here to help facilitate anyone in the county that might have needs with an air aviation asset. With that said, obviously we have the California Highway Patrol, we have Coast Guard, the Air National Guard, Fish and Game. So there's different air assets that we have available in the county. But with that said, not all of those will meet mission requirements. But where CalDART comes in, it has an opportunity to provide some service to the citizens that we might not be able to provide in another manner. So I'm just here to introduce myself, if you haven't met me before, and say that we have an opportunity to maybe provide a service to the citizens. And I really thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric.
Hello, my name is Gary Bosters, District 1. I'm a Nevada County's CalDART Operations Manager. Our local airport is the 13th and northernmost post for CalDART. I'm speaking today to thank Scott Beasley for bringing CalDART to Nevada County 2 years ago, and to thank Eric Ayers for continuing his outstanding community service by volunteering to be our liaison director. The concept of CalDART dates back to the '89 Loma Prieta earthquake, where the towns of Santa Cruz and Watsonville went 32 days without major roads due to landslides and bridge failures. More than 1,000 flights by volunteer pilots provided 500,000 pounds of food and other needed supplies moved into the area. More recently, in March of '23, during an unprecedented snow event, CalDART volunteer aircraft arrived at San Bernardino Community Hospital, and its pilots began ferrying needed medical supplies and food to isolated and snowbound Mountains Community Hospital. CalDART's efforts expanded during the week, eventually involving 10 helicopter pilots delivering 21,000 pounds of supplies from the valley floor up to the mountain. For more information on CalDART, look us up at caldart.org. Thank you for your time today.
Yeah, thanks for your service. Any other public comment here in the board chambers?
Morning, Supervisors. Chair Bullock. I'd like to make a suggestion, and more than likely there's something already like it that exists, and you guys can fill me in. But my thinking is we've been dealing with a housing crisis for a very long time. And I think that we live in an amazing community with a lot of people with a lot of different knowledge about how to deal with housing. And I'm suggesting that maybe the board put together a commission, a housing commission, a smart growth housing commission that has the people that are anti-growth, people that are growth, people that that want to see healthy growth in our community. So I'm suggesting that that somehow you guys, the board, put together a commission that would include Jonathan, Lori, me, people from both sides that have very opposite ways of looking at how growth should happen in the county, that could come together with a common idea of how growth should look in our county. For example, tonight is the Dorsey overchange. You're going to hear the same story for the people that don't want to see growth. You're going to see the same story for the people that want to see growth. And I think there is a common denominator between the people that want to see healthy growth. And I would suggest, and I would be happy to spearhead it or do whatever it takes to work with you guys in putting together a commission, a smart housing growth commission, or a commission that's looking at growth, whether it's tiny homes, ADUs, any sort of growth in housing, to try to work out a board that somehow hears even suggestions from both sides how to create housing. Thank you.
Oops. Thanks, Mr. Taylor. Madam Clerk, any additional callers online?
No, Chair.
Okay. Any other public comment here in the board chambers? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment and move on to our item number 19. This is the Human Resources Director, Steve Rose, and this is a resolution proclaiming September 20th through October 18th, 2024 as United Way of Nevada County's campaign kickoff month in Nevada County. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Rose, and welcome, Louise.
Good morning, Chair Bullock, members of the board. Myself and Louise Reed from the United Way would like to present our United Way campaign. It's our annual campaign, our payroll deduction, and it also includes our annual book sale, which will hopefully be kicking off here soon.
Good morning, Supervisors. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Louise Reed. I'm the Executive Director of United Way of Nevada County, and I am a District 4 person, resident, I should say. What do I push?
Miss Reed, will you pull the microphone closer?
Sorry. Certainly. Okay. United Way of Nevada County continues to work on basic needs within our community of Nevada County, as well as Sierra County, actually, and basic needs of food, health, clothing, and recently we've added a lot of disaster preparedness work. We work in conjunction with other organizations, particularly on our food programs. We work with Interfaith Food Ministry and the Food Bank of Nevada County. And all of our efforts support the residents of Nevada County, and these efforts come from local donors and local volunteers. Our impact for 2024, Food Access Saturday, we continued our partnership with Interfaith Food Ministry, and through June, about 7,000 individuals obtained food from Food Access Saturdays. And these are definitely including people who come again and again, but we fed 7,000 people over and over in the first half of the year. Our school pantry program is now up to 13 local schools in western Nevada County. We are working to get into eastern Nevada County pretty hard, but we were at 9 schools and now we're up to 13, and I have a meeting next week to add another one. So we're hoping that this program continues to grow. We fed 7,443 people, which included 5,683 children under the age of 18. We are open to working with all Nevada County schools, and we will continue to get this program up and running. Our clothing efforts include Project Warmth. Last year, we increased our drop-off locations to 26, including 2 locations in Truckee. We have started working with the Truckee Rotary. We worked on a effort that they just completed, a back-to-school effort called Stuff the Bus, where we gave them some coats to give away, as well as the use of our boxes that we use for Project Warmth. And they have agreed to work with us to increase our efforts for clothing up in Eastern County this year. We collect each year coats, gloves, socks, and hats, and then bring them back in and redistribute them out to those in need. That includes working with other nonprofit organizations so that they can clothe their clients as well as individuals throughout the county. In December of 2023, we redistributed over 800 coats, over 200 pairs of socks, almost 100 pairs of gloves, hats, pants, and scarves. A total of almost 1,700 items. Why does it keep doing that? Any idea?
It just keeps building the slides, I'm not sure.
The wrong way, I guess. Okay. As far as access to healthcare, we have a couple of small projects. We are part of the MED project, which provides envelopes and containers for people to get rid of their expired medications or used medications safely. So we gave away 10 medicine envelopes and 12 Sharps containers. Single Care is a United Way effort that provides a discount on prescriptions. And so far, since the inception of the program, Nevada County residents have saved nearly $1 million on their prescriptions, and we've helped over 8,000 people. Through July of 2024, just for the year, we've saved people about $7,500. We've really been working hard on our disaster awareness, going all around the county as well as on both sides, Western and Eastern, as well as hitting some other counties, Sierra County, Placer, Yuba, and Sutter. Really important to make sure that not only are we prepared, but so are our neighbors. And in 2024, we've connected with almost 10,000 area residents, 95% of them that reside in Nevada County. Our local day of action was June 22nd. I'm going to go ahead and build this whole thing before I talk about it. Each year on a Saturday in June, United Ways across the world help their local communities build projects or do things that have not been able to get done. This year in Nevada County, we got over 30 volunteers to do 4 different projects. We extended a parking lot, we built flower beds, we refinished a floor, we built a hay shed, and we prepped areas for landscaping. In 2024, we are highlighting in our partner network 6 different agencies that are doing wonderful work. There are so many in this county, it's hard to pick 6. But this year, we have picked 6 that are doing great work. They are Interfaith Food Ministry. They work to reduce food insecurity in Western Nevada County. And they've provided supplemental food for our community since 1987 and served over 1 million seniors, families with children, and single adults. We work very closely with Interfaith Food Ministry on both our Food Access Saturday programs and our school pantry programs. Big Brothers and Big Sisters of Northern Sierra, they've been here since 1977 with their one-on-one mentoring program. And the goal is to make a meaningful and lasting impact on the lives of young people by matching them with mentors. Sierra County Children's Services, a private nonprofit child care resource and referral agency that have been here since 1978. And their goal really is to enrich the community by supporting quality child care and empowering families to aspire to lifelong success. Gold Country Senior Services, as you know, they've just opened the Senior Center. and provide essential programs and meet basic needs for the seniors living in Western County. And Gold Country ensures that older adults have nutritional meals, warm homes, and social interactions. Sierra Community House, we've begun working with them in Eastern County. In 2019, they became Sierra Community House by combining 4 different local nonprofits up in Eastern County. Those were the Family Resource Center of Truckee, North Tahoe Family Resource Center, Tahoe Safe Alliance, and Project Mana. And their goal is to better serve the region by sharing resources and leveraging partnerships to be able to connect with individuals and families in need. The Stanford Sierra Youth and Families is a well-established nonprofit that has been working for over 150 years, and they serve 6,000 youth and their families on an annual basis in Northern California. So we really appreciate being able to do the payroll campaign with all of you every year. These are the 6 different nonprofits that we will be focusing on, but anyone who does sign up is welcome to put any local nonprofit that they would like to see their money go to, and we will make sure that it gets there. This year, we're going to be doing a series of lunch and learns so that we can spread out our message beyond you guys and to more of the staff members. I really thank you all for your time today, and thank you for allowing me to come in and let you know what we're up to.
So I do want to conclude with this is the kickoff for our 2024 payroll deduction campaign. Our goal is to raise $20,000 through contributions of our employees and staff, and to accomplish that, we ask that maybe a $1 donation per pay period is recommended. This payroll submission will be available via email and sent out to our staff, and we are excited to host the book sale, although a little bit shortened this year, from September 20th to October 2nd, and we're already starting to collect those books in the HR office. And our campaign dates for the payroll deduction would be September 20th through October 18th, and that concludes our presentation for our 2024 United Way payroll deduction program and our book sale.
Nice, thank you so much. It's always good to hear the work you've done, and you and I met and talked about a lot of that, so thank you. I'm just going to open it up to the board for questions or comments, and we can start with Supervisor Swarthout.
No questions. Thank you for bringing this forward. The work you do is very important in our community, and it's very appreciated. The agencies that you've chosen to work with this year, I think, are all struggling financially, so any additional help that they can get is much appreciated. So thanks for everything.
Thank you. And that's a good point. Donations are down all around for nearly every nonprofit organization in this county that I have spoken to.
Supervisor Hall.
Yeah, thank you so much. One question on the Project Warmth. I'm guessing you're working with other agencies, but it sounded like you're taking drop-offs, potentially for hats and coats and scarves. Will there be barrels, for example, here in the Root Center and where else?
Yes, there will be barrels. Last year there were barrels in, I believe, all 6 locations.
Oh, great.
So more than likely that we'll do that again this year. We had 26 different locations throughout the county. So we're hoping to increase that at least to a couple more.
So we should be setting aside our extra things and preparing to donate them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Schofield.
Yeah, I echo my colleagues. Thank you, Leslie, for the work you guys are doing out there. Not much more to say. I'm glad you do have the book fair again, too. Thank you.
And thank you all for your support.
Supervisor Hook.
Yeah, Louise, thank you. It takes a lot. Your team does a lot, and I love that it focuses back in here to Nevada County. I think that's really important, and I think you see that when we see how our community of of employees engages in this opportunity. So looking forward to this. I'm excited to have the books. I've got a stack ready to bring for the book thing. And I've been, every now and then you just go, you find socks on sale and different things. So I've got some things to add to the barrels. I think that's really important. How many things, I cleaned out a closet the other day. I had 7 coats that I don't wear, right? So somebody could really use those. So I just encourage everybody, it's a good day to clean out and bring your good, because a lot of them are like we want nice things. There's good things in there. And our thrift stores are doing very big business with that right now too. And I think it just is an opportunity for us to give back that way. So I just really appreciate it. A lot of work goes into going to have to collect all that and to get it back. I love the work you're doing over in Truckee now too. I was just at the Sierra Community House and looking at the work that they do there. It's amazing.
It's amazing.
It's amazing. We have so many wonderful people that engage in our whole community for helping out in all different areas. So, and interfaith. Yeah, bless your heart, because that has been very busy the last couple of years. So I really appreciate the work that goes into that. So thanks for being here, Louise.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I don't have any questions. I just want to thank you for coming up to Truckee, Luis, and I sat down and talked about, Truckee partnerships and, and then did this kind of connection piece where, you were getting connected to all these groups there, because our community collaborative has shifted gears a little bit. It's not quite as robust as maybe it used to be, and so you've jumped in there and connected those dots, so thank you so much. And I just was going to mention that it was interesting on the food insecurity piece, because I got a call from Paul from Sierra Community House recently, and we were talking about kind of like, what are we doing and what can we do? And we kind of reminded each other that in the Truckee community, while it does have kind of period, it's an area marked by wealth essentially, but there's like 45 to 48% of our population is free and reduced lunch, and their English is a second language. And so that population is in need of support and constantly. And so you and the other partners you highlighted are a huge piece to that community and that resource. So I just want to thank you, because it just doesn't, the perception of different neighborhoods and areas and groups doesn't necessarily fit the bill if you dig deeper to look at the actual need in those communities. So I just want to thank you for looking closely and including Sierra Community House. They're doing good work, and you're doing good work.
I really appreciate your help up in Eastern County. It really helped a lot. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you bet. With that, we're going to go ahead and open it up to public comment. Anybody in the board chambers like to make a comment on United Way and Mr. Rose's resolution here? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, are there any callers online?
No callers, Chair.
No? Okay. With that, I'm going to close public comment, and we'll bring it back to the board. Any closing comments from the board, or anybody like to make a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. Thank you so much. Keep up the good work. Yeah,
Thank you.
nice.
Thank you.
Yeah. I was just going to mention one piece really quick, and this is at my discretion, so give me just a little bit of space on this one. The public comment related to the Gaza and Palestine conflict, we, Supervisor Hall and myself are on a cross-jurisdictional work group. There's no direction or decisions coming out of that work group at this time, but I just wanted to let people know that while we sit here in silence and we listen to the tragedy associated with those global conflicts, it's not that we don't care. We care. We care just like you care. We can't talk about it because it's not on our agenda, and it probably likely won't be anytime soon, but we are engaged in our communities as we see fit, and there's no particular direction coming out of that right now. So I just wanted to let people know, if you're listening, it's not sit in silence only. There's pieces we're working on. It's just not quite there yet. So, and with that, we're going to take a really quick bio break, and then we're going to go to Mr. Garcia here, just a 5-10 minute quick bio break.
stream. As we've mentioned before, SB 1383 is specifically challenging for rural jurisdictions for a lot of reasons, but it's also an unfunded mandate. So adding these programs to our existing services does affect folks' rates, and that's one of the things we're going to be addressing in this amendment. We did do an amendment to our franchise agreement in 2019, and we addressed a lot of the elements of SB 1383, including outreach, contamination monitoring, the elements necessary in order for us to deliver the McCourtney Road Transfer Station project. And these efforts did allow us to remain in compliance with SB 1383. However, at that time, the final regulatory text hadn't been adopted, and we didn't know where our material was going to go. So we used placeholder language for our collection programs, knowing that we would need to come back to the board prior to starting those programs to establish rates and work out logistics. And I'll also note that we've been working on developing these programs basically since 2019. This has been a long process. The basic elements of what we're going to be presenting to you today have been discussed many, many times in the Solid and Hazardous Waste Commission, at community meetings, at community workshops, etc. And I'll also note that the board did appoint an ad hoc subcommittee to review negotiation points and to go over proposed rates. And also we've been keeping the board updated throughout that process individually in our updates to the Board of Supervisors. Excuse me. And although the proposed amendment today is going to add services and is going to affect rates, I also want to note that our primary goal throughout this process was to add only those things that are necessary in order to meet SB 1383 compliance and to make sure that it's equitable for customers. So that was our primary focus throughout this process. So what will our programs look like? SB 1383 does require that we provide a 3-cart collection service. And today's amendment does propose that we leverage our existing green waste program and make that our organics waste program. That will require that we make that service a weekly service. Currently it's a bi-weekly service, which means additional trucks, additional routes, additional staffing. All of our material will ultimately be going to Ostrom Road Landfill, which is the closest processing facility and the most cost-effective processing facility to Nevada County. For commercial customers, we're going to be servicing those customers utilizing 64-gallon carts. The number of carts and the frequency of collection will depend on the individual business needs. And then finally, I'll note that residential customers may elect to self-haul material. They may elect to compost at home. We're encouraging folks to do that if they're interested in doing that. And we do have a lot of folks that don't have curbside access to service. These are folks that maybe use community stops. And there are lots of community stops throughout the county. And these folks may elect to use the organics waste service depending on space availability. So we're assuming that a lot of these community stop customers are going to be using organics waste service, and we're encouraging them to do so, but we're also acknowledging that some of them may elect not to for various reasons. But the one thing that I will note is that everyone, regardless of what they choose to do with their waste, will be required to segregate that food waste and properly dispose of it, either at the McCourtney Road Transfer Station, through self-haul or home composting. And all of these programs are scheduled to begin in January of 2025 upon completion of the McCourtney Road Transfer Station project. I should also note that portions of the county qualify for exemptions. Most of Eastern County is both within the elevation exemption area, which is 4,500 feet, and or within the low population density, which is census tracts with populations of less than 75 people per square mile. And Nevada City also qualifies for a low population waiver. So these do not exempt them from all elements of SB 1383, but they do exempt them from collection requirements of SB 1383. Staff worked closely with Waste Management to develop rates. As you can see on this slide, there were 4 primary factors that influenced the rate increases that we're proposing today. The first being the cost of processing organics waste. It's about double for us to process mixed organics or food waste from what it costs to process clean green waste. $70 per ton for clean green waste, $125 per ton on average for the mixed organics or food waste. So that's one of the bigger cost drivers. Additionally, we anticipate there's going to be more volume of mixed organics waste and customers, because this is going to be provided to all customers in Nevada County. Although we're able to leverage our existing green waste program, as I mentioned before, we are going to have to increase that to a weekly collection, which requires an additional 3.38 trucks. And just so you know, my math's not wrong, the additional percentage of a truck plus another truck will be dedicated to Grass Valley, and that'll be part of what Grass Valley is going to fund through their contract amendments. These trucks aren't cheap. They're about $500,000 each, and the rate proposal is using the value of those trucks amortized over 10 years, which is the useful life of a collection vehicle. We also included other things like the cost of fueling and maintaining those trucks, staffing those trucks, et cetera. And there were some other ancillary fees, purchasing carts, administrative costs, et cetera, that go into this, but these are certainly the big four, if you will. Currently, residential customers can elect to have green waste service, and about 50% of our customers have green waste service. So the rate impact will depend on whether or not you currently have that service. If you do not currently have green waste service, the increase would range between $7 and $13 per month. If you do have green waste service, the rate increase ranges from $0 to $6.38 per month. And I'll also note that we did evaluate a comparison of what other jurisdictions are paying for their organic service. We looked at Placer County, Colfax, Placerville, Sacramento County, Folsom, Lodi, El Dorado County, et cetera. And we were, although it's not apples to apples depending on what type of collection program, processing facility, distance to facility, we were within 10% plus or minus of all these jurisdictions. We're also proposing to eliminate the 20-gallon cart from our program. As I mentioned, we looked at what other jurisdictions were doing, and there are very, very, very few jurisdictions that still use 20-gallon carts. They're problematic for a lot of reasons. However, we did work with Waste Management to develop a senior and low-income rate, because we don't want to disproportionately affect folks that are on fixed incomes or have limited incomes. So we made sure that we were compensating for that and looking at that through our negotiation process. Additionally, as I mentioned previously, our ordinance provides waivers for customers who do not have curbside access. Accordingly, we generated a rate specifically for these customers. Because many of these customers utilize community stops and may elect to use food waste service, the truck routes are still going to be going to the community stops. And so we developed a rate that does have the fixed costs for the service, the trucks going to the stops, but it subtracts the cost of the can and the actual processing of material. SB 1383 also requires jurisdictions to implement contamination monitoring and enforcement, and SB 1383 is not ambiguous about that responsibility. This amendment does address this requirement by clarifying contamination thresholds at 10%, which is the threshold at Ostrom Road where our material will be going, and it adds a contamination penalty of $10 per occurrence. But we do include in that a language that Waste Management's required to do 3 education and outreach notifications to customers prior to doing that in a 12-month period. And also they're required to provide digital and visual documentation of the occurrence, so that we can follow up on those. Finally, our commercial rate actually went down by $38, and we're proposing a rate, organics waste rate at the McCourtney Road Transfer Station, which is essentially based on that commercial rate, 1/4 of that commercial rate, a little less than 1/4. And then we did include other ancillary rates in the amendment, a rate for lock installation or latch installation on carts. We added a bear cart rate. Bear carts are kind of problematic at this time because they don't meet lid requirements of SB 1383. We're hoping to work through that, so we did include a rate in the hopes that we can figure that out. And also additional rates for additional recycling or organics carts above those provided as part of the base level of service. As I mentioned, we've been working on planning for and implementing this program for some time. However, the next steps require approval of today's amendment, which would allow Waste Management to begin ordering and distributing carts, hiring drivers, purchasing trucks, upgrading fueling systems. et cetera. And all of this with the goal of starting on January 6th, which is the first full week in January. With that, staff is recommending approval of the amended and restated agreement and authorization for the chair of the board to sign that agreement. And I'm happy to answer any questions, and I should also mention that we do have Eric Lynch representing Waste Management today, who would be available to answer any questions you have specifically of waste management or operational questions.
Thanks, David. Appreciate your presentation. This has been an ongoing project for you for quite some time, so it's nice to see the implementation phase show up in front of us. I was going to open up to the board for questions, and I was thinking of starting with Sue, and I know Sue and Supervisor Swarthout, you're both on the solid waste ad hoc, so I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, thanks. No, so much work. There's so much time has accumulated. 2019 seems like yesterday, but we have gone a long ways here. So, but seriously, I don't have any questions. We've delved into this for the last few years. It's still about implementation and education. And I still go places and people don't know what SB 1383 is. So we still have a lot of work to do. Yes. Because there is a cost at the end when if we don't follow through. There's a big cost to the county. So we have to really work this through and get folks. So I'd be interested if there's questions from the public today and what we can continue to answer and work through with waste management on this. So for me, I don't have anything else today except for that we still have a lot of work in the education department. This is going to be it's going to be a change. It's going to be different, but I think as we roll it out, it'll become more natural as we go. So I live in that place where I don't get service. And I think there's just, it's a community deal. We could do this together. But we're going to have to work on it together. That's always a little hard one at first, especially when there's a cost. But it's gonna be better in the long run. That's what I'm thinking. So I don't know, Lisa, what do you think? You deal with city. You have a lot more than I do.
Yeah. So I get to make the decision up here as a District 3 supervisor, but I actually live in the city of Grass Valley, so my personal stuff's going to be a little bit different. So just a couple clarifications and one question. So when you say that people can self-compost, the one slide that you had where people are still, but they can only self-compost if they want to self-haul. They can't self-compost because you have to have the 3-cart system. So you really can't self-compost if you have waste management service, because you're going to be required to pay for the 3. I mean, you could still do it, but you're going to have to pay regardless of whether you use it or not. Is that correct?
Yes. So the way SB 1383 reads, it requires us to provide a 3-cart service through. So if you sign up for waste management, you'll need to have a 3-cart service. The benefit, I think, to home composting, I mean, there's kind of 2 elements to it. One element is if you are somebody that's very good at diverting material, then there's going to be an opportunity for you to have a lower level of service, right? I mean, maybe you're able to get down to that base 35-gallon cart service where maybe you would ordinarily have a higher level of service. So that's one benefit to it. And then the other benefit may be that you elect to self-haul, but that you divert so much material that it's something that only happens once a week or, very, very rarely or with very small quantities. So I think there's still a benefit, and obviously the other ancillary benefits to composting. But yes, you would still need to have a 3-cart program.
I think we just need to be really clear on that, because that's kind of what I'm hearing out in the community is people saying, oh, I already compost, so they don't think they're going to need to, when they see their bill go up, they're going to be upset. And then also, I'm sure you're working with waste management, and I believe it's their responsibility to roll out the new rates structure to their customers. Do you know when that's going to happen, when you're going to start preparing people for that? Because, you got 3.5 months to provide new carts for people, and you're going to be giving people options. So I'm just really curious as to how all of that's going to roll out.
So we've been working with Waste Management to come up with a rollout plan, and it does include postcards and notifications, and then also the county was able to receive an SB 1383 grant, which we're spending largely on education and outreach. As we mentioned in August, we actually have some staff now to help us with our education outreach efforts. We have consultants on board to help us with that. But yes, Waste Management absolutely is going to be responsible for a significant portion of that, and that is something that we're working closely with them on and making sure that the rollout goes as smoothly as possible. I think we also mentioned in August, I mean, rollouts like this are very complex, and we anticipate that as we go through this, we're going to learn that there's going to be, hiccups here and there, but we're doing our best to try to plan for and strategize for the rollout, and the education piece of that is a very important part.
Okay. And then my final question has to do with when you showed the slide that had what the fine structure will be for people if they don't comply, and the final line said that disputes come to the county. What does that look like?
So we've had this for other programs as well, where somebody will email us or contact us and say, hey, we were issued a penalty. We don't think that it was accurate. What we do is we work with Waste Management. We say, send us all your documentation. Send us the evidence that you did the notification protocols that are required. Send us the digital visual evidence, and then we review that evidence. And if it doesn't match what we think is a reasonable justification for that, then in the past what's happened is we work with Waste Management to get that reversed, that charge reversed on their bill. So again, the requirement in the contract is that they provide and track documentation and noticing and all of those things, and they need to provide that to us.
So that would be your department who would be reviewing those?
Typically, yes.
Okay, wouldn't come to a panel of people or?
We've luckily never had anything elevate past us. I mean, we work really closely with customers and Waste Management, and we take it seriously. So we've never had a situation where it's elevated past county staff.
Thank you.
Well, just to be clear, so this is similar, like when we started out the situation where your can had to be closed. When the cameras came onto the truck, that's when this kind of all, so we've been through it a little bit. So it's kind of, it's going to be similar. And there will be some checking of your
Exactly.
Disposal stuff. I mean, it'll be random or not every single time, but there is a cost when, after the learning curve for sure.
What we've seen in the past is that typically what happens when we first start sending out those warning letters is that we get a lot of folks that are confused or upset or contact us. So that first month, a lot of folks, education. The second month, it drops down significantly. The third month, it drops down even more significantly. And usually by the third month, it's down to a trickle or, it goes away as far as, I think folks get the message. And that's one of the reasons why we really want to educate before, because we don't want to penalize folks. We want them to be diverting material. And it is crucial that we divert material, not only to comply with SB 1383, but the cost of processing organics waste goes from $125 a ton to $240 a ton or something like that if there's excess contamination. So it benefits ratepayers for us to be kind of unified on how we're applying the contamination protocols. And again, SB 1383 also requires us to do that.
Supervisor Hall.
Thank you. David, first I want to commend you for working so well on this and with Waste Management. I think you've done an incredible job of making sure the cost to the customer ends up being reasonable, which it looks like it is, and that you have an option for seniors as well. That's really, really crucial and really great, so I appreciate that. Honestly, I think this is a really great program and needed. The problem for us is that it's very difficult and costly to implement in rural areas. But big cities have been doing this for a long time. I have friends and relatives who have been, it's like just throwing your trash out. They're totally used to it and it works fine. So I think the transition is going to be the difficult part. But one of the great things is that people will be having a green waste cart who don't have it yet. I live in an area where I have to bring my carts down to a communal area. We used to it. We got a green waste cart back when we were able to do that. It makes sure we don't, when we're doing our green waste cleanup in our yards, that it's not sitting there. We get it out. Every time we know the truck's coming around, we make sure to get all of our green waste in there. And then adding the organics is very easy since it's all intermixed with your green waste. So I'm pleased with the program. I'm really appreciate how much work you've put into making it good, look good, and work well, and I'm looking forward to helping get the word out on this. I agree with my colleagues that the education is going to be big part of it, and so we all need to be part of that. And so is the transition. And I would just say my biggest concern is with the cart rollout, because as you know, even just adding carts or exchanging carts for the last couple of years has been incredibly problematic, much more complex and problem prone than it needs to be. So I'm assuming there's going to be some refresh of how that's all done, because you can't have like the wrong cart brought out 3 times, or the message missed for 3 months. You're not going to be able to have that with this situation. So just ask that you take a good look at how that process is going to work, and do lean on us to help with education, getting the word out, and good luck. Thank you.
Supervisor Schofield.
Yeah, good luck, David. I also want to say thank you for the effort that you put into this. This has been going on for a number of years. So it's not really new, but it will be once you roll it out. I was just thinking about my own situation, and I'm planning to do whatever I can to make it work right, but I use compactor. Maybe that's not a good thing environmentally, but my trash is like 3 bags of compactor. How are you going to tell what's in there? Or am I going to be told not to use the compactor any longer? I don't know that.
Sure.
You didn't have to answer.
No, it's okay. I think it's a great question. Because when we talk about Eric Lynch, I'm the Director of Sales for Waste Management. So when you think about the monitoring, right, what you're talking about with a compactor is your MSW trash, okay? So when you have a 3-can system, what happens with when we pick up the cans, it dumps them into the hopper, and that's where the picture's taken, okay? So if you think about a recycling container, right, where you don't have bags in it, right, it clearly sees that there's recycling, and is there anything that's contaminating that recycling? Same is going to happen with the organics, right? As the organics dumps, it's going to take a picture in the hopper and say, is there contamination in that green waste? And David was almost right. Instead of $240, it's $270 to process contaminated. So it is up there because they just end up throwing it away. What you're talking about is, how can somebody look into my closed trash bag and see if I have organics, right? And that's not possible, right? As the garbage can go, or the bag goes in, all they're going to see is that garbage bag. So it's really back to what you guys talk about with the education, is how are we separating those organics correctly? So there are, with SB 1383, there is yearly MSW trash monitoring that has to be done, but it's really, they don't require you to go open the bag and look in there. They just say, hey, dump it out as a characteristic and say, do you see organics that are in this trash, and can you educate the people if you see it, right? So that's a once-a-year activity that we'll do through the monitoring system as well, but it will be looking for stuff that's outside of the bags. So if you dump it and there's a pizza box in there that should be in recycling, and then there's pizza in that pizza box that should be in the organics, right? That's easy to tell because it's out in the open, but they're not going to be opening up the trash bags and trying to find out if there's organics in there. Okay. Great, thanks.
Thank you.
Let's talk about that just for a second, though.
Mm-hmm.
If we don't comply, and when the trash gets to where it's going and it's always contaminated, we're going to be fined for that at some point.
Not the trash, okay? So it's in the organics and the recycling that you
Correct.
have a contamination level.
Correct.
So that's where we have a pretty clear picture, because they're not in bags, right? Everything is out in the open, and we can see on a continuous monitoring pattern whether we can educate or not.
Yeah, no,
right?
I think that's that. I just want to be clear. That's the part that's really.
That's the piece.
So like
that
you can't put bags in your green waste. You can't use those things. All have to be out in the open.
So as Mr. Garcia said, is we're gonna have this, this memo or letter that goes out on the warnings. That's continuous, right? That's any day of the week that you can see it. We're gonna be able to send that letter out with the education tools saying, here's how you can do it better. When we're talking about the trash stream, that's really a once a year point in time. That's the requirement of Cal Recycle.
Yeah, and we give these lovely little green waste baskets. We should have brought one to show people today. We have those, the little pails. So we make it easy as we can from the house to your green waste bin.
Yeah.
So everybody, they're available. You can get down, CDA is
Free
there.
pails, come to CDA.
Yep, come on down, you get your free pail, and they're real handy. They don't smell. I got mine the other day, and it actually, I don't use it. I carried it out to my chicken pen, but I wanted to see how it worked on my counter. And it actually works good. You don't have a smell from it. It doesn't tip. It has a lock. So I would encourage everybody to come in and get their free pail.
Great. Thank you.
My turn?
Sorry, I just want to let you know.
Thank you, thank you. In the whole recycling thing itself, it still needs a lot of work. You know, does it go there or does it go there? And now it's a little more complicated, or does it go there? You see that recycling thing, it doesn't necessarily mean it's recyclable, and that to me is really frustrating. The green waste, and I know you are still going to be taking green waste separately, correct?
Yes, if folks self.
Is there an increase on that?
No, not at this time. We're not proposing any change
Not-
to the
not at this
existing
time?
clean green waste rate.
Okay, that's great. The exemption area, frankly, I wasn't aware of the exemption area. It doesn't really impact me. I think it probably impacts you. Are these areas where waste management does not service?
Generally, yes.
Okay. I think that's about all I have, really. Again, David, I thank you for all the effort you've put into this, and we've had one-on-one meetings, which are really great, too. And hopefully the merch project will be completed, hopefully.
In fact, we're planning on doing a tour for supervisors and media, I think on the 23rd. In 2 weeks from now, and you guys will be getting notified of that. I think we're finalizing all that right now, so it's looking really neat out there.
Wonderful. And you know, the other thing you mentioned, the bear carts, I mean, that's become, I'm sure you're much more of an issue than it ever used to be. You know, right in the heart of Alta Sierra, and you've got bears that are impacting some of our neighborhoods. So.
Yeah.
I wish you luck, David.
Since we had Waste Management here, I have a question for them about the rollout of this, when they plan on starting, what the level of education is going to be, because I know I've gotten a couple of notifications just in my bill, nothing about AB 1383, but some new recycling things, which are very confusing. So, you know, what's your campaign look like, and when is it going to start?
Sure. So the catalyst of everything that we can start with, you know, is today. If you guys give us the direction to go forward, that's the point that starts when we can purchase the assets, right? When we have the order ready for the carts, we have the order ready for the trucks. But when we get, you know, that go ahead, then we can start that process. The carts take about 60 days to get here. That's the lead time today, plus or minus a little bit, but we'll know exactly when we put the order in. So the education period will be from basically now until the rollout begins, which we're projecting currently right around December 1st, right? So it's that 4 weeks of time frame, 4 to 5 weeks, which would get us right into that January 6th launch rate. So really the complement between what Mr. Garcia was talking about, using some of the SB 1383 funds to send out education on his end, we're complementing that with you know, multimedias. So we met with our communications team earlier this week. They'll have the finalized kind of, you know, rollout of the communication elements that we'll be presenting next week to Mr. Garcia, so we can align and make sure that they complement together. As far as the rollout of the carts, fortunately or unfortunately, we're in the process of doing this, with a lot of cities and counties across California. And so we get to learn from them, right? What worked well, what didn't work well. So Supervisor Hall, you were talking about we can't mess up and be 3 weeks out or 3 months out or whatever the case. You're absolutely right. We will have a third party dedicated to actually doing the rollout. So it's separate from our normal operations to have that dedicated version of it. We are also going to provide a temporary phone number that is specifically for cart rollout that will ring our local service team here, right? So if we need to solve something, then we're going to put it in the back of a pickup and just go out and take care of it right away, type of thing. So if we get an influx of calls, into the county, that we have an outlet locally to do it fast, right? So there's a few items like that we've learned. We've talked about putting as close to a schedule out as possible. It will be areas. Hey, we're going to be working in this area versus the individual address on as much communication avenues as possible to get people well informed of when this this changeover is going to happen.
Where will that phone number be published?
On
everything?
On all of our communication.
Because that is a huge issue.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially on people trying to replace carts. I get a lot of phone calls from people where they call wherever they're calling to now with no response. So I'm glad to see that there's going to be a local component to that. What I would really like to see, and maybe for our October meeting, is for Waste Management to bring back their actual plan. Where you're spending the money, how you're going to get the word out to people, show us what you're using for the recycling. Because, you somewhat contradicted what I had already heard. For example, you said pizza boxes go into recycling and the pizza goes into the waste. But I've been told by your people that pizza boxes go into the green
organic,
waste.
yes.
So this
Correct.
is really complicated. It's not just, food. People really need to be educated on this, and we're going to get the phone calls. So I think we really need to know exactly what you're going to be doing and, where you're going to be promoting this and how you're going to be promoting it. So maybe work with our staff to see about bringing back a presentation in a month or so we can look at that.
Yeah, we'd be more than happy to.
Supervisor Hall?
Chair and board, is there consensus that that would be a board order?
Well, let's finish this discussion, then we'll get right back to you. We ask us that question before we forget it. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. That's sort of, Lisa already covered a little bit of what I was going to say too. So I've worked in the recycling world, implement recycling programs. I hate to say it, I think it's 25 years ago now. And it has gotten even more complicated. And there are, Ed's right, the triangle on the bottom of your plastic says 1 to 7, the first 3 are recyclable. They aren't always recyclable. And it's the recycling companies that make it confusing sometimes. So I want to just echo, and I was going to ask David, you to do the right oversight, but maybe bringing it back here is a good idea, that the education that goes out has to be simple and clear and straightforward and give examples. And I know that's it's a big lift, but I think getting that right the first time will save us all a lot of phone calls and confusion. So I want to echo that. Thank you.
And I will note that we do have the Solid and Hazardous Waste Commission as a resource for us to work through some of these issues, and that meeting is in October.
Do you have anything else?
I just wanted to echo that thought that we could definitely bring it back to the commission. Also, Chair Bullock, you appointed an ad hoc. Knowing the messaging is going to be critical, we could bring back the proposed community outreach plan and the collateral material to the ad hoc for input. And then from discussion, as your clerk stated, we're hearing that we'll bring back a presentation to the board with Waste Management to inform the board in terms of community outreach and education.
Okay. Yeah, good, thank you. I don't have any, do you have anything else, Sue, or you got anything? No, okay. I don't have a lot of specific questions, just a few. Because the town of Truckee is what I represent, and then Grass Valley, Nevada City the incorporated city areas. Can you just speak briefly to what we're doing to work with them? Because I know individually they have their own programs, and collectively, regionally, we kind of all care about the same thing, but just a brief on that.
Yes, so the Grass Valley in particular, we've been working very closely with because we have an MOU with them to help with some of the logistics of SB 1383 because they're not exempt. So we're working really closely with them. We have been in communication with Nevada City. I believe Nevada City is going to have some version of an SB 1383 collection program, but they're still working through their process to determine what that's going to look like. And I also know that the town of Truckee has unique challenges, obviously, when it comes to organics collection, and I think they're going to have an organics collection program, although I don't think it's going to look like a curbside collection program that we have. And fortunately, Truckee has a robust organic, or I should say, recycling staff over there, so they're doing a great job as far as developing programs, and they've been ahead of the curve for a small rural jurisdiction. They're doing a great job.
Yeah, they've been focused on it. And then the unincorporated areas like Klondike Flat that receive service kind of as a carve-out that goes to ERL, our version of McCourtney.
Yeah.
They're totally exempt. So a town program, I guess unincorporated Nevada County and Eastern County would not benefit from a town program unless the town chose to extend it into that area.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so maybe, I would just maybe make one minor request in the educational material. We could include a forward to those unincorporated areas that aren't going to receive 1383 support, and just basically just send the same material to people like Hurstdale, Floreston, Soda Springs, and Klondike Flat that are in unincorporated that don't have Truckee jurisdictional support. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Ish, yeah. Just because they get trash service from the east side, but they're not actually in Truckee, so they're not going to get any connection to organic waste stream service.
Yeah, understood.
Okay, thank you so much. And then one quick question, this is nitpicky, but you listed the truck cost and then you had a depreciation line item in there. The trucks are owned by Waste Management.
Yeah, so we worked really closely to make sure that this was, allocated properly. So they have to procure 3.38 trucks. We did a 10-year depreciation, and we only have 7 years left on our agreement with Waste Management, essentially. And so we're only paying for that depreciation amount through the term of our agreement. So we're paying our fair share for the trucks, and then yes, ultimately the trucks revert to Waste Management with theoretically 3 years of useful life left on them, but not that the county would be paying for.
Yeah, got it. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think you just broke it out just to show us a detail, but typically that would just be included in a service provision fee inside the contract. Right. So just so we can see it. Okay, perfect. Thanks. No other questions for me. With that, any other questions from the board? No, seeing none, we'll open up public comment. Anybody here in the board chambers like to make comment on this item?
Michael Taylor, District 1. First of all, Mr. Garcia, welcome to your new position. Congratulations. SB 1383, to me, seems like Nevada County rural area in whole is not ready for something like this. This seems like a costly program to us county-wide with a very small gain. There's approximately 18% of the garbage that goes up there is considered what kind of waste? Green waste. And I personally have been composting for years. And I have gone to the coffee shops and picked up the coffee grinds. I have friends that are in line to get the food from different stores or different places or different health food stores for the livestock. And I think generally Nevada County is doing a pretty good job with its green waste. There's lots of people that are composting. There's lots of people picking up compost from either neighbors or businesses. And I think there needs to be an option for opting out. And not only an option for opting out, but I would encourage you guys to, as a county, to ask or to somehow do whatever is necessary to opt the whole county out until there's successful green waste programs in higher density areas in other counties, Sacramento, El Dorado Hills. I think we're asking a lot of Nevada County citizens, Nevada County staff to implement a program that has a very small benefit as far as dealing with 18% of green waste. And not only that, I've never composted a pizza. I've never composted pepperoni or cheese or what are we doing with this green waste? It's not turning into compost. I think if we're using the word compost or composting, it's not a real fair statement on what's really happening with it, because it's not ending back up in our food chain for creating food for animals or creating soil that's 100% organic for gardening. So anyhow, I would like to see or have you guys put more effort into opting out countywide until there's more successful programs in other counties in higher density areas. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's possible, but thank you for your comments.
Well, I think, David, it would be good, just explain that we don't have a choice. We don't get to opt out, and I gotta say, the work that was done with with David, working on through our JPA, this should have been implemented a long time ago with Cal Recycle, but we were able to move this out over time to be able to make it work for us. So we don't have a choice. There's no choice. This is an unfunded mandate, and we don't have a choice. So I think people just need to be clear that this is happening whether we wanted to do it or not. And it's going to be good because we're going to do it together.
Any other comments from the board? Okay. Any
Chair.
other? Yes.
We do have one caller.
Awesome. Let's bring him in.
Thank you.
Matthew Coulter, Grass Valley, running for city council, November election. And this is definitely a hot issue. It sounds like the county's working closely with Grass Valley, so I'd definitely like to get my hands on what used to be the 96-page contract and see if Waste Management is adhering to their contract and that the county is having them adhere to their contract, because the old contract they didn't really adhere to that much. But I'd like to mention the amount of waste that's coming off the trucks as they travel, and especially along East Bennett through the Empire Mine Historic Zone. That yard has grown and grown out there on East Bennett as a recycling place, I guess, of some type, storage. I don't exactly know what goes on out there with Waste Management, but it does produce a lot of noise, and both sides of the road are littered to and from that location. So if somebody could do something about that. I know at one time it was 15 foot from the center line that Waste Management had responsibility, and I think that's gone by the wayside. And that's why our roadsides are just so polluted with debris, plastics, bottles, cans, more so than people throwing it out. I think it's coming off the trucks as I've videoed it and witnessed it out on East Empire. So I hope Waste Management can do something about that as they continue to grow, that they put things in place that are causing damage to our environment on a daily basis. Thank you.
Thanks, Matthew. Any other comments in the board chambers? Seeing none, any other callers on the line? We're going to close public comment on this item. I'll bring it back to the board for a motion to support the resolution.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4? District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. Thanks. Let us know how we can help. It's a big project.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to a scheduled item. This was scheduled for 10 a.m. We're running a little bit behind. This is item number 21. Public Works Director David Garcia, a public hearing to consider adoption of a resolution to form the Red Dog Road Underground Utilities District in accordance with CPUC Commission Rule 20A, resolution to establish the Red Dog Road Underground District Utilities District 1. With that, we'll turn it back over to, looks like Pat Perkins is going to handle this item for us. Okay, we'll turn it over to you, Mr. Perkins.
David Garcia, again, your Public Works Director. I just wanted to introduce Pat Perkins, our Principal Engineer, and Elijah Larimer, our Assistant Engineer, who will be presenting on this item today.
Sorry, I didn't see you over there. I was looking this way. Switch chairs on me.
Thank you, Chair. Board members, again, Pat Perkins, and this is Elijah to my left, and we wanted to give you a quick update on the Red Dog Road Rule 28 Undergrounding District project. Back on August 6th, we had come to the board and talked about the potential for undergrounding utilities up Red Dog Road. One of the things that we had talked about during that meeting was the ability to form an undergrounding district, and the formation of that underground district is critical to us securing these credits with PG&E, and it's roughly $5.8 million for the Red Dog Road project at this point. During that August 6th meeting, we talked about setting up a public meeting for August 28th. We did have that public meeting to let folks know exactly what the project was about, how we're going to be interacting with PG&E. During that meeting on August 28th, we had a lot of questions from the public. It was fairly well attended. Most of the questions were informational in nature. There was a good turnout, a lot of good questions, very little dissent on the project. People just wanted to make sure, when are we going to start? What are we doing? How much is it going to cost them? Things like that. We did attach the list of all those questions to the back of the staff report. Happy to go through those if you would like, but in general, the meeting went very well received. Additionally, on August 6th, we also talked to you about coming here today to form the underground district. Again, in order to secure the funding prior to December 24th, we do need to form the underground district, and that's really the purpose of us coming here today. Just a quick update on the project. Really what we're trying to do with this project is we're undergrounding utilities from roughly the Boulder Street area up to potentially Pasquale, and then we've got a couple phases that I'll get into further in this discussion. If we can get a second phase, it may go from Pasquale up to Banner Quaker, and then Banner Quaker on up from there. In doing this project, not only are we going to be putting the utilities underground, but we're also hoping to widen out the road, and that has really two benefits. One is for emergency ingress, egress, and the other is for pedestrians, cyclists, things like that. Red Dog Road is fairly narrow, and it does have quite a bit of pedestrian cyclist activity, and our goal is to try to kind of kill three birds with one stone, as you will, as this project moves forward. As I mentioned, there are three real phases to this project. The first is from Boulder Street up to Pasquale, but really in order for us to get this project going, we really need to form this underground district, and that's what we're asking for today. Here's the map that I had mentioned a moment ago with the various phases. Our goal is to start with phase one, which is to the furthest on the left of the diagram that you see, which is Boulder up to Pasquale. Again, future would maybe go from Pasquale up to Quaker Hill up to Crossroads. Depending on how funding ends up going and how CPUC ends up changing things in the future, we may end up modifying phases 2 and 3. There was quite a bit of discussion about that at the public meeting. Hey, maybe we could go up Quaker Hill Crossroad and go that direction. And as time goes on, this layout could definitely change. We're still at the very beginning stages, but for right now, this is our best shot at where we think the utilities are going to be going underground. So, one of the other comments that we got quite a bit on was the impact to utility rates. And what we really wanted to assure the public is that based on the formation of this district, it does not allow the county to charge additional funds or charge taxes, if you will, to people. There is no ability for the county to tax based on this particular district. This district is really just formed as a starting point for PG&E to kind of kick off the project and get the thing going. The Rural 28 credits are dependent upon getting this district formed. One of the items that we have with the Rural 28 project is that there are no matching funds. This $5.8 million that I mentioned is credits, not actually dollars that PG&E has. However, there is no additional funding source identified at this time to cover staff time. We're going to continue to work on that and try to come up with funding sources to pay for staff. We don't want to just turn this project over to PG&E and kind of let them do what they want, so to speak. This is something that we think we're going to stay involved in. We're going to continue to watch, continue to coordinate with PG&E to make sure we're getting the project that we want. Our next steps, as I've mentioned, try to get the district formed today. Once we do that, we're going to be working with PG&E and the CPUC to form what's called an active utility underground district, and that's basically a paperwork exercise that we're going to be doing with PG&E. Once we get that formed, hopefully that should be done in the next several months, We will start working with PG&E on formation of the design of the project. Construction may be complete. It's going to depend on PG&E's schedule and their availability for staff on their end by 2033, which seems like a long way out, but in order to plan projects of this magnitude, it really does take quite a bit of time to go through the design, through the environmental, a lot of public outreach, and there's going to be a lot of steps, so it's going to be quite a significant time frame that we're going to be working on this. But once we get formed with this active district, then we can really get the ball rolling with PG&E, and then we can come back to you and kind of give you some updates over the next year or two to say, okay, this is really a better time frame for what we're going to be doing with the projects. Again, our recommendation that we've got at this point is to form the district and to allow the Director of Public Works to perform any minor modifications that we need to the boundaries of the district. Right now, we've got the district very well defined. No parcels would change at this point. We are encompassing all 3 phases at this point, as there's really no penalty for not doing so. And at that point, I will conclude my presentation and be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Outstanding. Thanks for the update, Patrick. Supervisor Hall, do you have questions?
Yeah, so I think this is entirely in my district. And now that it's looking more real, I have lots of concerns about how we're notifying people. I've already gotten questions, so I would like to see that we're coordinating with the city, first of all, that John Grayson and his staff know what's going on so that if they get calls, they can respond. And then have we sent anything out, or do we have a list of people who are going to be affected by this?
So we do have a list of the folks that are in the district. As we move forward and we start checking off our milestones of where we're at in the project, we will be sending out notification mailers to those folks in our utility district.
So I would recommend that we start doing something now. I know the project is out in the future, but because it's going to be really disruptive and people are hearing about it, they're already starting to ask questions. So if you could put together a list where you can send regular updates anytime there's something that comes to the board, or that there's a change that you're out there on the ground doing something or about to, I would love to see just kind of regular communication with that community. Again, we're still going to have people complaining and concerned and worried about the construction and getting in and out and what does it mean for everything. But the more information we can get to them up front, the easier I think, again, it will be for all of us.
Yeah, we'd be happy to do that, and we have reached out to as many people as we could get within the district, as well as notifying the public meeting. We've got the project on our website. We've sent out, notices of the hearings. We've tried to reach out to as many folks as we can, but we can certainly continue to do that as updates start coming.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Any other board questions, Supervisor Hook?
No real question. I mean, I look at this, the money is a very interesting project as we move this forward, but when we talk out 2033, so that's going to really kind of lead where this amount of work gets done right off the beginning too, correct? And are they going to do all the environmental for all 3 parts so that it could come in sections like that?
I imagine the way PG&E is going to attack this is they're going to start with I guess I would call it a phased approach. So they'll try to get up to 20–30% on the project, see what we are with regard to funding, how far can we reasonably get. And typically you start doing that before you start getting into the environmental document to tell you exactly how far you should go. It's just going to depend on how the design ends up working out. They may find it more advantageous just to do the whole district, if you will, just if you're going to do it, get in there and get it done, kind of a thing. But we'll be crossing that bridge as we go forward. And as I mentioned, the schedule on this is going to be fluid, and I imagine it's going to condense rather than expand as time goes on. But we really just need to get PG&E staff going, get it started, and then we can come up with better time estimates.
Thanks.
No questions, Supervisor Schwarthout? Nothing? Supervisor Hall?
Actually, are you planning to present to the Nevada City Council on this?
We have not made a decision yet about presenting to the Nevada Council. I have been in touch with Brian McAllister a little bit about this project, so as the city engineer, he and I chat every now and again, and so he's aware that we're doing it.
Supervisor Hall, I
certainly
think
reach
that's
out.
a great idea. We'll make sure we reach out to the city manager and get on their calendar.
That'd be great, yeah, thank you.
I don't have too many questions. One of them, we talked about some bike lanes, and I know I sent some examples of the double lane. I don't know if technical term, but a double white, yellow, or double white line near the boundary on the border areas of the road to kind of delineate cycling areas. And we were talking that there may be some shoulder area, just confirming that we're looking at some other alternative transportation kind of enhancements if we can get them, basically.
Our goal is to widen out the road wherever we can. I don't know that we're going to get a full bike lane and that would allow that double striping that you're referring to. If we can, we certainly will. I would say that we're going to do our best to use that same detail on other paving projects that will be moving forward in the future. Particularly, we're going to be working out on McCourtney here next year. So if we can fit that in, we're certainly going to try to do that. It's something that we're definitely on the forefront of our minds.
Yeah, nice. It seems to be working in East County. It's definitely, I mean, it looks quite different. When we're driving on the road and there's one white line, but then when there's two, there's not even really a bike shoulder, but it just gives you like an understanding that there's something you shouldn't drive into there. So anyway.
It gives the driver a little bit better of a visual deterrent for crossing that line, and that's something that we're going to apply to our Ridge Road bicycle lane project that we've got proposed right now.
Cool.
If we do get our ATP grant, which we should find out later in the year, that double line is definitely something that we're going to try to incorporate there.
Okay. Can I mention something on Ridge Road because you brought it up and it's separate, but just tons of comments in that area about traffic safety on the Nevada City side of Ridge Road before Eschaton. So anyway, just throw it out there because I have the opportunity. With that, no other questions or comments from the board. We'll open up public comment. Anybody here like to make a public comment on the Red Dog Road Underground project? Mr. Taylor.
This is exciting. I look forward to this project being done. I think it's a complicated project for underground, putting things underground on this road because of NID ditches. There's a lot to consider that people are already parking on the road for different hiking, getting up to Lower Scotts Flat Lake and some of the other trails that definitely need to be taken into consideration. The only advice or suggestion I would have is using this opportunity to also put in high-speed internet underground or some sort of conduit in that entire area so that if someday they want to add high-speed internet, they could easily add high-speed internet. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you guys are incorporating dig once. Yeah, I think that's handled. Thanks for the comment. Any callers on the line?
No callers, Chair.
Did you have a comment, Supervisor?
No, I just want to dig is.
Oh, yeah. Any additional comments from the board? Okay, we'll entertain a motion. I'm sorry, we'll close public comment and entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. Thank you. Good luck with the project.
Chair Bullock, we do have an 11 o'clock timed item. We are suggesting that you do board announcements, and then we'll go into a closed session that will follow. Talking with council, it sounds like that closed session is going to take about 30 minutes.
Okay, so 22, we'll insert board announcements, then item 23, scheduled item, then 22 and 24 in closed session concurrently. Okay, sounds good. Anybody like to kick us off for board member announcements? Supervisor, you ready? Supervisor Hall.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple of big things, not a lot of long list. First is that, of course, we had the Sustainability Summit on Friday, and it was amazing. It was really great. We had Wade Crawford from the Natural Resource Agency come and speak, a very dynamic, effective speaker. Took us a while to get him, but we got him, and that was wonderful. And then a number of really great panels and continued ongoing cooperation and networking among agencies and organizations dealing with water, watershed, forestry, fire management, outdoor recreation issues. I think we found the formula for how to make it work right. I was disappointed that my colleagues could not be there and want to have a further conversation about that. It's something that we all should be able to learn from. And thank you to staff who did so much work to make this happen, and for a number of staff who also came to the event. Let's see, I guess this seems longer ago. I was able to, asked to work with Commissioner Lara, our insurance commissioner. So our CSAC County Group on Fire Insurance Issues had asked him to speak to the group. He replied that he would speak to all counties and set up a web event. And we gave him questions, and so he did a presentation, and then he and I had a conversation where I raised the questions that we'd received and asked further questions about what was going on in the fire insurance world. It was very, very good. He made a lot of statements about how things are going to change in January 1st, that they have enforcement capability to make sure that the insurance companies are coming back into the market here in California, while rates may rise initially, they should stabilize. And so we have things to go back to him on if things don't happen and say, here are the commitments you made in this call. So that was very effective. I'm going to continue to be involved with CSAC and on the fire insurance issue, and we certainly have Commissioner Lara's ear at this point. We also had a CSAC Board of Directors meeting during which we reviewed the propositions that are going to be coming up on the ballot. Typically, CSAC takes a no position action on propositions, but this year has been different. The different committees have wanted the CSAC as a group to take actions to propose yes or no on some of those propositions, and so we had a robust discussion and took a vote, and those will then go to one more layer, and then CSAC will come out with the recommendations that the group had put in. And I feel like I did a good job. I did not vote for myself. I voted for where I thought the board was, so I think you'll be happy with that. I did attend a Greater Cement Hill Neighborhood Association meeting. They always do a really great job bringing people together, talking about usually vegetation management issues, so on. Was very happy that I was able to get out there and just say hello and make sure they knew how to reach me on issues. I did my other work on CivicWell, an organization dedicated to helping local governments adapt to climate change. Had a board retreat on that, looking at the future direction of the organization. I'm very excited about that. We had a budget subcommittee meeting, working on updating my website. Thanks to staff for taking that on. And then finally, in NACO, the National Association of Counties, I have moved off of the Public Lands Committee, where I was able to establish an outdoor recreation subcommittee and hopefully keep that going in somebody else's hands. But I am now on the Justice and Public Safety Committee, and Supervisor Gore, who's now the NACO president, made sure that I was appointed to chair the Homeland Security Subcommittee, which sounds a little odd, but they focus on emergency management issues, so all the things we're dealing with in this county. And the other folks who participate are from all over the country, are people who've been in emergency management their whole lives. So I anticipate there'll be a lot of great things I can learn and bring back and raise our issues to that group as well. And the first item, and we had our first Justice and Public Safety Committee phone call, and they focused on that, on homelessness courts. So I've already connected with staff. There's some contacts that are able to help come out and help us set up a court like that, if that's something we want to do, and I understand it is something we're looking at. So already, that's going to be a very useful committee. I'm excited about that change. I'm going to be learning a lot and working with some really high-powered people. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Hook?
I didn't write them down, so I'm just going to buzz through my calendar here a little bit. So I want to thank staff. I had a great meeting down at Western Gateway Park. They have a wonderful grant that they received with help from the county, so we're looking at how to move the things forward with them. It was really, really productive meeting. I had a great trip to Truckee with First Five. That was really wonderful. We went to the Kids Zone and looked at some of the other programming that's going on up there. Really a lot of great work being done, and First Five's doing a great job. And we, with the funding that we do have, you know, we continue to look at how that's going to happen. That's funded through the cigarette tax, right? Well, that went away and it's going down all the time, and the funding's not. And it's such an important time where you catch those babies from 0 to 5 years old. It's really interesting. And anyway, it was a great visit. Loved going to Truckee, and I want to thank Melody Easton's doing a great job as our executive director over there, and really champion for funding to keep that program running, because we fund many of the other partners with, like the Kids Zone and the Family Resource Center. We give funding to them to keep those programs going. We do the child safety seats, which we've given out over 50 this year. And so we do a lot of, there's a lot of really great big programs in there. So, and the Read One program, there just is so many programs that are so important for catching those little ones between, you know, from 0 to 5, and working with the parents to really make that transition good. Sometimes it's hard to be a parent when you're first just learning. So really enjoyed that. I'm engaging with our Penn Valley Chamber of Commerce. They had a breakfast the other morning. It was great to sit and visit and talk to them about what's going on in the county and what they're looking at, what they're needing, and how they want to engage. I'd say overall, I look, a lot of conversations about economic and where we are headed. Businesses are still struggling a little bit, and how important it is to support local. You know, you have to get that step in the door to keep those folks in business. We got a lot of small businesses that are really, they're a bit struggling. It is what it is. So, but just remember to do it local. Sometimes you don't always just have to drive to town or Roseville or Sacramento. Just see what we have available here and come and support the people that are doing the job here in Nevada County. I also attended the Ag Boosters Dinner, which was a lot of fun. That supports agricultural youth for Nevada County. I had a great update on the cannabis ordinance. I'd like to thank staff for helping me answer some questions as we went through all that. Had a conversation a little bit about my website and how we're going to move forward with that, working on my newsletter that goes out. I'm just kind of buzzing along here. I think that's good enough for today. I can't read my own writing.
That happens to me a lot. Thanks for the update, Supervisor Schofield.
I know, but they changed it, so you can't look at it. They give you little numbers you have to click on to.
Oh, sorry. So we had our recent MAC meeting and focused on the cannabis ordinance that's coming up. Actually, a very robust meeting. Good attendance, pros and cons, a lot of issues with the existing ordinance as it stands, but still a great listening meeting. Nortec meeting, I think I've got one more of those to go, and I think it's in Chico instead of Anderson, which is so much better. Went to the Nevada County Law and Fire Council fundraiser out at Nazier Winery. Excellent. Air quality meeting. Went to one of our new hire orientations. I think most of us have done one of those, which is, yeah, it really is. It's good for us too. Had a meeting with two of our youth commissioners. Excellent meeting, and it was so nice to actually go down to the Bear River Library and be able to have an opportunity. There is an actual room that we could have met, but there was a Lego a group in there, so we met out at, as the librarian put it, a very lovely table out in front. It was quite lovely, and those young folks really put me on the spot. So the one in particular had to do with youth and mental health, and it's made me in touch with Toby as far as What can we do to get them a little more involved than actually us two? Cannabis Ad Hoc Committee meeting, and then finally on Sunday, I went to the South County Community Breakfast, which came right out of our MAC meetings. I'm so pleased with that, and there's no agenda, but trust me, everybody's there. The Wolf Road Craft School, I mean, both sides were there, believe me. And some are in your face, and Robbie Tucker was there. I wanted to put a big sign on the top of his head that says, "This is the new supervisor, go talk to him." But it's great, yeah, it really is great, so, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Swarthout?
So a couple weeks ago, I met with the folks from Sierra Harvest and some Grass Valley residents up at Matino Park. Sierra Harvest is working with the city of Grass Valley to potentially move their Food Love Farm over there. And it's kind of an interesting neighborhood because the park is actually in the city limits, but the residents are not. The residents are my District 3 residents. So I'm working with them. There's a lot of history with the Matino Park. Unfortunately, there's nobody at the city anymore who has any experience with it. So I'm hoping to help facilitate the discussion out there because the neighbors are still all there. The residents all still live there. So I had a meeting with the planning department and my planning commissioner to talk about kind of communication with planning and how things are going with the planning commission. Last week, this isn't a county thing, but I attended a hospital foundation does a series called Savvy Women Talks, and the speaker was Tina Basic, who I had never met before or heard her speak. She's a professional snowboarder, and I know she's a legend in our county, but she was fascinating, and she's got a movie coming out that they're hoping to premiere in Nevada County when it comes out. So I'm really excited about that. Anytime we have somebody from our community who does something that's national, potentially international, it really helps put us on the map for what a great place this is. I also had attended the Housing Ad Hoc Committee meeting last week, and I think we're going to have some good suggestions hopefully coming forward at the board workshop in January. I had the opportunity to go out to the Den Cobb cannabis operation out in Penn Valley and toured their facility. They have the first farm stand permit in the county, and it was very impressive. They've done a really nice job out there. Also attended the Cannabis Ad Hoc Committee meeting last week. Yesterday, I met with myself and Supervisor Hook and some staff met with Grass Valley to talk about a potential siting for the Lou Contour Memorial naming, and so we're looking at potentially naming one of the streets in Grass Valley after Lou Contour. So they're working through the system. I think it's going to be quite an honor for his family. I saw there was some follow-up with the CEO about it, and they seem to be pleased with that direction. Tomorrow morning is the 9/11 memorial on downtown Grass Valley on Mill Street. It starts at 9 o'clock. The public is invited. Grass Valley Fire, I believe Consolidated Fire, our sheriff's office, and the Grass Valley PD are all going to do a memorial for that event. It's actually, they did it last year. It was very nice. It's down at the end of Mill Street and towards the Delaware. And then I did attend the Mill Street Dinner on Sunday night. It was their first annual event down there. It was lovely. It was a beautiful night. There was a lot of county employees there. It was nice to see people out and about. And then finally, I think 2 weeks ago, or was it last week? When was the fire? Last week, I guess. Yeah, time goes so fast. Anyway, there was a fire at the Everhart Hotel in downtown Grass Valley. It's right on the corner of Main Street and South Church Street. And I ended up going down there around a little bit after it had started. The fire agencies all responded. They got the fire out fairly quickly. Devastating for the people who live in that building. And I just want to give a shout out to the Center for the Arts for letting us stage the people who were being displaced there. And then our social services department and adult protective services and the hospitality house and the Red Cross, who were all there helping the people try to figure out what their next steps were going to be. It's a really unfortunate situation because it doesn't look like that space is going to be open again for a while. So I know our county staff's doing everything that they can to help find temporary housing for the people who've been displaced. There's about 13 of them. So thanks to everybody who helped and was involved in that, because it could have been a lot worse. They got that fire out really quickly. It didn't spread to any other buildings, no smoke damage in any other buildings. Power was out downtown for a couple hours, but everybody did a great job. So thanks.
Thank you. I had a meeting with NID, Karen Hall, one of their board members, and I've met with Ricky as well, but it was a great meeting to learn a little bit more about NID and the water challenges related. District 5 is kind of the headwaters part. We're not big users of the water, but all the dams and recreation assets are kind of in that neighborhood, so it was good to hear from them. There's definitely some things that we could work on, I think, and we're working together to see if there's something we could do to help work with PG&E, essentially speaking, and all their decisions have such an impact on us as a county. So met with her. I had a meeting for my Hurstdale community, which is where our two bridge projects, the river bridge and then the railroad bridge that this board has approved, really affects the ability of people to use that recreation area. So there's additional meetings that I'm just kind of working through. The California State Lands Commission is finally engaged with other people at Senator Alvarado Gill's office. So we're going to bring them in and help them have the state leverage their support of that project, so it's not just on the county, so we have state. It's really some state issues there with state-owned land and recreational land right adjacent to the river, so we're trying to get them brought in to help and represent their constituents. I met with CAL FIRE, Chief Estes, after the Pass Fire. The Pass Fire was at fire right on Donner Pass Road behind the hospital, so there was some complication and a lot of complexity associated with that really small fire. It was very small and it got put out really quick, just kind of like you were saying. They hammered it really quick, but there was a lot of things we learned coming out of that fire that we could change and maybe enhance to make people work better together. I'm doing some research into EB5 programs, which is an economic development opportunity. There's some people who have approached me to do some work in Eastern County, and I hope to make it maybe countywide. So more to come on that. EB5 is kind of a program that incorporates external investment into communities, job creation. It's complex, so we're digging in a little bit more there, and I had Kimberly Parker join me on a meeting to show her exactly what was going on there. We did have our housing ad hoc, as Supervisor Swarthout was mentioning, and I think the policy direction coming out of that is going to be helpful, pro-housing, and some kind of creative solutions for us to noodle toward the end of our year this year or the beginning of next year. I visited the Tahoe, I'm going to get this right, Tahoe Honey Company, which is the only permit holder in my district for retail delivery, cannabis delivery. Services, and I've toured their facility, and they have this really nice facility in Pioneer. The reason this is coming up is they are looking at Soda Springs, and they were one of the attendees to our Soda Springs outreach meeting, which is one of the zones for establishing retail in unincorporated Nevada County. So I was very impressed. He's been there since day one. He was one of the pioneers to get that permit, and the only person. I think there's 3 permit holders in areas associated with Placer County and Truckee that operate in that area. So anyway, it was good to see his operation and see what he'd like to do in Soda Springs. I don't know if you've been to Soda Springs lately, but it's definitely like the post office store location closed and the restaurant that used to be there closed. We have a new store, but it's getting kind of smaller and smaller and harder to create business opportunity in that neighborhood. So it definitely can use some injection there. Had our CCC meeting, which was great. We had 50 participants. It was definitely, it was a I'll call it a real meeting. We had people, there's not always alignment, but we had the fire service on there talking about the past fire, and then we talked a little bit about our next meeting, which will be peak period traffic mitigation and hazard mitigation with the ski resorts as well. See how I'm going to hit that last. Heart of Gold. Our Heart of Gold bike ride is coming up October 5th. If you like to ride bikes, or if you want to be part of the festival to support teen mental wellness, please show up here sometime after 10:30 or 11. If you'd like to volunteer, we really need volunteers. You can sign up at heartofgoldgravel.com, and you can just select anything. You can select, I want to volunteer for an hour. You can select, I want to volunteer for 6 days straight. No, that's not going to happen. But you can do a couple hours anyway, and it's super fun. I buy a whole bunch of pies, and we eat pies for the entire afternoon. So if you like pie, you can get a free slice of pie. Join me. It's really fun, and the organizations that show up there are all centered around teen mental wellness, and many of them are partners of this of Nevada County and others. So it's really pretty cool. We had a budget ad hoc meeting, Air Quality Management District meeting. I met with the hospital and the town in Truckee, working on some things there. And I also met with our Youth Commission chair, which was really nice to sit down and talk to her and learn about how that group is going. And then I'll finish with the summit, the Sustainability Summit on Friday, which I thought it was the best one yet. I really, really enjoyed it. It was, I was engaged the whole time. I didn't wander off like I usually do. And I was focused on the speakers and was listening, and I just learned so much. Wade Crowfoot, as Supervisor Hall was saying, was there, and what a dynamic speaker. The guy can capture an audience with his knowledge and his content and obviously his intellect. What struck me about that, and really kind of my passion for that topic, is that the words we use to describe climate change or resilience or those, greenhouse gas emissions, all of that stuff kind of goes into one bucket for me. And for me, it's about farming and recreation and ranching and water and emergency services and wildfire protection. It doesn't matter what words we use or what party you're affiliated with or how you align in your community. It's really all the same to me, is that we all care about those same things, and we care about the way our communities are protected and the health and well-being of everybody going forward. So it was really fun to get into that environment and share that with everybody. It's not about any particular trajectory. It's just about making our life, our county, and our region better. So I was super stoked. I think next year we may have a few changes. And again, Supervisor Hall has mentioned this, but I think it's really important that this board attends entirely. The entire board, I'm going to focus on making sure that we can have that happen next year, because I really want to see that, and I think everybody will benefit from it. And again, huge thanks to staff, Carissa, Mandy in particular, Jeff, Ariel, and particularly you, Allison, for supporting the board's sustainability objective and letting us run through that and get that offered up. So job well done to everybody. Thanks so much. That's it for me. Any last minute things from the board? Nothing else? Okay. We're going to go into closed session. This is, I'm sorry. Yep, we have a scheduled item. And that'll work well. Okay. This is item number 23. Public Works Director David Garcia. This is a public hearing regarding the appointment of the Principal Civil Engineer as the Nevada County Road Commissioner in accordance with the California Streets and Highways Code Section 2006 and Nevada County Code Section 2.08.310. Resolution appointing Patrick Perkins, Principal Civil Engineer, to serve as the Road Commissioner for Nevada County. And with that, we'll turn it over to Ms. Tillotson.
Thank you, Chair. Tricia Tillotson, your Community Development Agency Director and your current Road Commissioner. So per Nevada County Code and California Street and Highway Code, the sections are detailed in the staff memo. The Board of Supervisors shall appoint a qualified person who's a registered civil engineer as Road Commissioner. And this is really required so that we can receive our gas tax funds. With that, I wanted to just share a little bit about Pat Perkins. He has over 30 years of experience in public works, so I will not do him justice by just giving a quick summary. But really quickly, Pat is a very experienced civil engineer, having served as our principal civil engineer since 2019 here at the county, as well as other positions recently and in the 1990s. Also working for the city of Santa Maria, private firms, Truckee, and Placer County. Pat has also received several awards for his civil service and has continued his education over the years. With that, staff recommends that the board appoint Pat Perkins, who is a registered civil engineer,
as the road commissioner for Nevada County. And we're here to answer any questions.
Thanks. Any questions from the board? Any comments from the board? No questions, no comments. Do you have?
Just,
Supervisor?
you know, I just enjoy working with Pat. I watch the projects that we're working on. He's responsive. There's things sometimes you don't get the yes answer to, but we work through those, right? And so I can't think of somebody better to hold this position. So, yeah, thank you, Pat.
Yeah, just maybe one quick question. Are you a member of the CODS organization? CODS?
You have to be part of the County Engineers Association of California for quite a while and be nominated to be a CLOD.
Okay.
Which is a retired public works director. So no, but maybe someday. Yeah.
Okay, someday. We'll aspire to that. That's kind of a joke. Like, yeah, it's a very fun fraternal order of engineers, and if you've ever been a part of it, it is really fun. No, I've always worked really well with you, Patrick, and thanks to your service and Donner Summit and the roads, which you've been involved in, and the rock slide and everything. I just did have one quick question based on the public comment that we got earlier, and I kind of wanted to give you a little bit of defensible time just to answer the question, because the roads commissioner is pretty germane to keeping the sides of the road clear. So I'd just like to offer it up to see if you have any comments related to the brush clearing on the side of the road.
Sure, I'm happy to do that. With regard to the vegetation clearing that we've got throughout the county, we do have a program where we try to get to every road within the county every 5 years. And that's what the gentleman was referring to earlier today. And when we spoke on the phone, I alluded to that when I spoke to him. Unfortunately, our funds only allow us to do so much each year, and so we've tried to set it up where we're catching every road as often as we possibly can. We're also working on a program right now where it's not only our road crew that's been doing some of the brush removal, but we're also actively going after grants, which would allow us to do a lot more mileage, if you will, every year. This particular year, we didn't get quite as much as we usually do due to some work that we were doing with FEMA for right-of-way identification, but with regard to work out on Pleasant Valley, we were aware of the situation, and we did try to work with Lake Wildwood as far as offering them an encroachment permit. I know it wasn't the answer that they wanted, but we did offer that, unfortunately, we can't get our staff out there during the summertime because of the potential risk for fire. Our mowers can hit rocks and things like that, and so that's why we weren't out there during the hottest part of the months. We try to get it in the spring, we try to get things in the fall, but unfortunately, with 560 miles of road, we just can't get to everything. We would love to be able to do that. We're doing what we can to get grants to cover as much ground as we can, and we'll continue to do that. We do have a fairly robust program listed out on the website telling everybody what roads we're going to do, when we're going to do them, when we're going to get to them, as we have spot areas, if you will, that require immediate removal. We can get to those on a limited basis.
And I might add too, so the 5-year cycle is really for significant brush clearing. And I think what Mr. Keegan was referring to was mowing, which that is one of the unique locations in front of Lake Wildwood where we actually do quite a bit of mowing, more than anywhere else in the county. This year, I believe because of the growth cycles and the amount of rain that we had, it may have been a little higher than we're used to. We did have staff review that though, and did not see an immediate hazard. And as Pat mentioned, in the summer, we can't mow anyway because fires will be sparked. With that, we will be reaching out to Lake Wildwood to meet with them and talk about this further and see how we might better work together.
Yeah, thank you. And just drop it after this, but I mean, there is like a world where other people can do the work in their own communities and they can take care of that. And maybe we can help, maybe we can't. I'm just saying that is how the world works in this day and age. There's a lot of demand and not enough resources, so we talk about that a lot. Thank you. I appreciate it. Any other questions from the board? No. Any public comment related to the appointment happening with Mr. Perkins? Mr. Taylor.
Mr. Taylor, District 1. Thank you. I sat through all the talking so I can come to this point to express my gratitude that you've been appointed. Patrick has been very helpful in educating me in different things at different times, and I think I'm very grateful for what you do and helping me understand your department better. I'm really grateful for that. I would like to add a little bit to the gentleman that was talking about the road improvements. If there is a way for Patrick or the Public Works to work directly or more directly with OES in one, we're identifying, or I'm sure we're close to identifying emergency evacuations and maybe putting a little higher priority on those designated emergency evacuation routes that have more than once every 5 years. It would just be a suggestion. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Madam Clerk, are there any callers on the line?
Yes, Chair, we have one caller.
Okay, can you bring the caller in, please?
Hi, Matthew Coulter, Nevada County, Grass Valley. As I'm out here watching the chaos on the roads, he's got his work cut out for him. There's no doubt about that. And something popped up on my feed from one of the old meetings, and I was speaking several years ago about the amount of money given to roadside vegetation management. And it happened to be the same amount as rags and uniforms for Nevada County. And I know it's increased since then dramatically, but still, these are evac routes. These are our runouts when people need to move out of some bad driver's way. And I think more attention needs to be given to these situations because in Grass Valley, for example, there's places where it's a 6-inch to 8-inch drop off the side of the road. And the side of the roads are crumbling because no one's putting gravel in on the edges. And this happened along East Bennett also. And the county went in and did a wonderful job fixing up East Bennett. I don't think it's striped yet, but the pavement work is done and really appreciate that. But like I said, he's got his work cut out for him. And we've got a lot of catching up to do. It seems like during COVID, everything just got worn down and there was so much deferred maintenance. So I hope that we can get our roadsides corrected up to some kind of a standard versus the 5 years not working, because we all know how fast blackberries grow, and 5 years is way beyond what's needed. Thank you.
Thanks, Matthew. Any other public comment here? Seeing none, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board for a motion.
So moved.
Second?
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. Motion passes. Thank you. Congratulations, Patrick. Thanks for your service. I made a misstep in our agenda here just a little bit because I wanted to ask our CEO and also Chief of Staff to do brief announcements on their part, which I skipped them, so my apologies for that. And Mr. Thorsby, if you want to jump up, and then we'll go to CEO Lehman.
Good morning, Chair Bullock, honorable members of the board. Pleasure to be with you here. My name is Jeff Thorsby. I am your Chief of Staff. A couple updates to provide, a couple announcements. Sometimes it's going to be a little bit duplicative, I think, of some of the stuff that you have noted, but I do just want to highlight supporting and staff supporting our municipal advisory councils, including the South County Municipal Advisory Council, providing an informational session where planning provided an overview of the cannabis ordinance proposed draft. Also did some work with our team. Your senior management analyst and administrative analyst are working in partnership to help lead the county's legislative advocacy work group. So met with them, a couple of components, including looking at beginning work on the development of your legislative platform for 2025. Also, really tying up last minute letters of advocacy. Bills are all now submitted and gone before the governor for final signature or veto, and so there's some last minute advocacy efforts this last week that we've been engaged in on that based upon your legislative platform. Staff also participated in the RGP Partner Kickoff. That's the grant for your climate objective. And Erica Stewart, your senior management analyst, is working hard on helping leading that effort. So a lot of good stuff going there. Supervisor Hall, you mentioned the NACO Justice Public Safety policy, so participated in that as well as the CSAG ad hoc on wildfire insurance, and working with your federal advocates and state advocates on that piece. Also, kind of unique, not many people are aware of this, but our office actually teams up with your former nursing director, Cindy Wilson, who now works for UC Davis. And so our office helps provide some policy orientation on local government and the role of the Board of Supervisors to nursing students. And so we met with nursing students last week and provided a 2-hour kind of training session. We've been doing that for a couple of years now. So pretty exciting to see some nursing students and to help provide orientation on the role of policy and how that's applicable to them and to their work. Of course, worked to help support the CCC, and then a number of constituent services, worked actually with Michelle Bodley and Supervisor Hook to help an issue related to a tax issue assessment, amongst a couple of other things. And then I would just be remiss to say, just a real privilege to really help support Supervisor Hall and Supervisor Bullock on the Sustainability Summit. I echo, I think it was really a success, and it was just a real privilege to honor to be a part of that. So those are some quick updates that I have. I'll kick it over to you, Ms. Lehman.
Great, thank you. I want to start out by thanking the board for making the time to come to new hire orientation. So this is a day where all our new hires come in and they get an overview of the county. And I have to tell you that we have many employees that come from other jurisdictions and other counties, and they have never met their Board of Supervisors in the duration of their employment. So it's very impactful for making the time to connect with you. You are all so warm and welcoming, and I think it really just demonstrates the culture of our organization. So thank you. I'm just going to touch on the things that have not been talked about yet. We had a meeting with Bear Yuba Land Trust. They are doing some really amazing things with the wildflower reserve over on Ridge Road. They're connected with our recreation group, and they're working on trails and connecting different parts of our community with the city of Grass Valley and hopefully all the way up to Nevada County. And so there's ongoing discussions there. I know that many of you are participating in. Our cemetery district, we have a hard-working cemetery district. It is small. And we've met with them this week, and I have been meeting with Supervisor Hook as a sounding board, and we'll probably be coming to a future board meeting or maybe the board workshop to have full board discussion on that item of how we could support the work, the important work that they currently do. Another item that will be coming to you as an update is winter warming shelters. So Chair Bullock has talked about the activity in Eastern County. As many of you know, we'll have allocations for programming in Western County as well. We met with the city manager, Sean Grayson, and our HHSA agency director to coordinate planning for winter this season, looking at how we could not only sustain but maybe expand services, working with nonprofits. So once that is solidified, we'll come back to the board with a update. Met with City Councilman Doug Fleming to talk about city-county coordination. But as you are probably aware, he also serves on the director of the Food Bank as a board member. So he will be coming with food bank staff for a presentation in coordination with our Health and Human Services Agency probably in the next month or so. I meet monthly with Chief Estes with ongoing coordination with county emergency operations, and just really want to highlight, as Chair Bullock did, just the partnership with CAL FIRE and the amazing work that they did this summer in terms of fire response. And then lastly, we are in ongoing conversations with U.S. Forest Service with their headquarters that, as you know, we're in an MOU to build their headquarters over by our old juvenile hall site, which is now the Sheriff's Training Center. They were in our county this past yesterday, for a tour because, as you're probably aware, their current headquarters is one of the locations the state is looking at for the court site. So maybe a timing issue in terms of when their new building will be operational and where they are now. And so the county is assisting them in terms of looking at maybe some interim solutions so they could stay in Nevada City area during that period of time.
Great, thank you for the update, and thanks, Jeff, for your update as well. With that, I do believe we're at item number 22. This is a closed session item pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D. County Council is requesting closed session with the board to discuss one matter in which there is a significant threat of litigation against the county. And then we have another one. Do you want me to read do you want to read the second one in?
Either way, you're the chair, so.
Oh, go ahead and read the second
Okay,
one.
so the second one is pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. Closed session in the Board of Supervisors will be held for the purpose of reviewing its position and philosophy with respect to labor negotiations on employee salaries, salary schedules, et cetera. The designated labor negotiation representatives for Nevada County are Stephen Rose, Human Resource Director, and Lisa Charbonneau, Labor Attorney. So, and it lists the labor negotiations that are applicable.
Okay, great, thanks. And then we'll be back in here to read out of closed session and adjourn the meeting if there's no other board business. With that, we'll see you likely around 1 o'clock.
Chair, just to point out, we do not have any callers waiting to comment on closed session.
Thank you. Is there anybody in here who'd like to make a comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment on the closed session items in the meeting. Call us back in, Council Kirias out of closed session, please.
Thank you, Chair. So there were two closed session items, number 22 on the agenda, 24-1342. Direction was given to staff with regard to the closed session number 24-1343. Information was provided to the board and some direction was given.
Outstanding. Thanks for a great meeting. This meeting is adjourned.